looks nice.
From 9 o'clock
Looks
to 3
nice.
o'clock today, so I've been
Yeah.
sitting up today, so I couldn't stand.
She looks 49.
All right.
49 years old.
Okay, ready? I'd like to call the meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. Roll call, please, Danielle. Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to call the meeting to order. May I have a motion?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Danielle.
President Yu,
Yes, here.
Vice President Mr. Beach,
Present.
Clerk Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca, Board Member Mr. Nishi, Board Member Mrs. Say,
Present?
Board Member Dr. Rios. Thank you.
Thank you. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 5 matters. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT. Existing litigation, special education settlement agreement, OAH 20220-80733. Anticipated litigation, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code, Section 54956.9 D2E1, 2 cases. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
All right. May I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Good evening. The board is back in open session. Thank you for joining us tonight as we have our board reorganization and swearing in of new elected members of the board. May I have a motion?
So moved by Sophia.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Please silence your cell phones. We welcome public comments, and anybody wishing to make a public comment must fill out a card on the table to my left. All public comments are to be made during the public comment section or at the time an item is presented and must be done before the item is discussed. Each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, and 5 matters. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT. Existing litigation. In closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $51,000, 400 hours of compensatory education in the amount of $32,000, and attorney's fees in the amount of $19,000 for student OAH 20220807333 by a vote of 7-0. Anticipated litigation. Also, the board discussed conference with legal counsel. Anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, E1, 2 cases. I'd like to call students from Bragg Elementary School to lead us in the pledge.
Bobcats?
Please stand. Put your right hand, thank you. Put your right hand over your heart. Face the flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good evening, School Board President, Miss Yu, Vice President, Mr. Beach, Board Members, Interim Superintendent, Mr. Wen, Cabinet Members, ABC staff, and community members. My name is Noah Balala, and I'm the Bragg Student Council President. Today, I would like to talk about Bragg's weekly rotations that consist of 3 different parts: physical education, or PE, library, and art. Different grade levels go at different times to participate in these activities. All 3 of these classes are very important to us as students because they bring us together and make us more well-rounded. During our library time, we explore the different genres and famous authors of literature. This is important because it helps us as students to find certain pieces of literature that we really enjoy reading and gives us a place to research various topics. Following the library rotation is art with Mr. Oscar. During art, we learn about the different art techniques and the history of influential artists of the world. Art rotation is also very important because it gives students a way to express themselves and gives themselves a way to enrich in creativity growth. Finally, we have PE with Mr. Chris, which focuses on health education while learning and playing different sports. This is also really important as it gives students a way to learn about many sports and taking care of yourself physically. All 3 of these parts are critical to our school because it gives students a way to discover things about themselves and makes us more well-rounded. So as you can see, it is without a question that rotations are very important to our school and students in many ways. Thank you for your time. I will now be passing the mic to my friend Elias.
Good evening. My name is Elias Vinoka, and I am Bragg's Vice President of Student Council in the 6th grade. A topic that I would like to talk about is student leadership's fun and amazing events. Just to name a few, we have our trunk or treat, back to school picnic, and our Thanksgiving mural, all of which are fun and interactive activities that involve the students in many ways. For example, this year at our trunk or treat, children were able to play fun games where they would be given candy for playing. And parents are able to bring their cars and decorate the trunk. At the beginning of every school year, we have a welcome back picnic where students bring their family to hang out and have fun. And for the last event that I would like to talk about is our Thanksgiving mural. Every single student creates a feather or leaf saying what they're thankful for this year. After they finish, we collect them and they're all taped onto a single wall with a cutout turkey. I would not like to talk about I would like to talk about some of our other events, which include our Boosterthon, Fun Run, Christmas Toy Drive, Book Fair, and lastly, our Holiday Gift Shop. Student leadership hosts these events so that we can provide a fun and entertaining environment for all of our students. We also host them because they really bring us all together as a community, and they help our school with fundraising. Thank you for listening. I will now pass it on to my friend Lauren.
Good evening. My name is Lauren Maxino, and I am one of the Mary Bragg Student Council members. I'm here to talk about our caring staff, our award-winning green team, and our Abuja, Nigeria sister school team. One of the really amazing things about our staff is that when you're around them for a really long time, they start feeling like family. They're always really amazing, caring, and always a safe space to talk to. Oh, and then I mentioned they're super cool too. One of the teachers here, Miss Flores, runs our award-winning green team. So far, we are working on many different projects, such as our Junior Greens program with first, second, and third graders. Continuing throughout the school year, 6 people are in charge of organizing projects such as Meatless Mondays, beach cleanups, and tree plantings. But those are only a few. Another amazing group on campus is our sister school team. They have been raising money for kids in Abuja, Nigeria by selling plants to buy shoes. By the time we finished selling all the plants, we had raised $2,224, which means we can buy 278 pairs of shoes, which is really incredible. Even though we've done a good amount of things this year, we still have a lot of events planned up, such as tree plantings, beach cleanups, and park cleanups, and at the end of the year, we're going to do a staff raffle to help purchase trees for our green team in Nairobi, Kenya. And as we like to say here at Bragg, go Bobcats! Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to ask all of your parents to stand up, parents and grandparents, proud guardians, please stand. From Bragg Elementary School. Thank you. And your principal? Okay, thank you. Well, thank you, students, for such a delightful presentation and your comments. You guys were awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, we have one comment from Board Member Ninishi.
Yes, I just wanted to comment. Why do you have the 20 and 21s on your shirts?
During COVID years, we still have the shirts.
What did it say?
From COVID years.
Oh, got it. Well, I think that you guys have done a great job of really showing to everyone in this room that no matter what age you are, you can make a difference. The green team is growing trees and helping out Nigeria all across the country in different places and different areas, and you guys are making your impact now. And so if you can make this kind of impact now, I am sure in the future you guys are going to make even bigger impact, and I'm looking forward to that, if I'm still around.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Board Member Brad Beach.
And I don't know if any of you know this, but Dr. Eugenio and I went to Mary Bragg in the early 1980s. So we're both Bobcats, and we want to say, go Bobcats.
Thank you very much. You are excused. Okay. Now I like to welcome special guests tonight because today is the board reorganization and recognition of outgoing president, myself. And I'd like to thank my husband and my 2 daughters who are here with me, 2 of the 4. Where is my husband, Sam? He's over there, Sam. And my 2 daughters. Sam has been really filling in for me while I was so busy this year with being a president and running a fantastic campaign. Thanks to my family and all the honored and special guests tonight who are here today. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you. And tonight happens to be board, council reorganization and council meetings in our neighboring cities. Cerritos has a special meeting, Hawaiian Gardens, Artesia, and La Palma, Lakewood, they all have a council board reorganization, so, you know, many of them could not be here. Okay, next we are going to go on. We have Frank Yokoyama, special, city council from Cerritos. We have Principal Tom Tracy, our director of, secondary schools, Luis Ricardo. Thank you very much. Yeah, okay. Thank you for joining us. All right, yeah. Okay. Next, I will turn to Mr. Wen to administer oath to the newly elected 3 school board members.
Thank you, Board President Yu. Please step forward to the front.
One at a time. One at a time. I have been re-elected as board member, and you guys are stuck with me for another few years.
Please raise your hand and repeat after me. I
I,
state your name.
Sue Yu,
Do solemnly swear
do
that
solemnly swear that
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
I will
Well
well
and
faithfully
faithfully.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, board members.
Thank
to
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have board member Ernie Nishi. Raise your right hand and please repeat after me. I
I,
state your name.
Bernie Nishi,
Do solemnly swear that
do solemnly swear that
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will solemnly defend and support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, Board Member Ernie Nishi. We good. So next up, I'm asking Council Member Frank Yokoyama, please come up.
Thank you, Superintendent. Dr. Olga Rios, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name,
I, Olga Rios,
do solemnly swear that
do solemnly swear that
I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the
and allegiance to the
Constitution of the United States
Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and I will
and I will
well and faithfully discharge
well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I am about to enter.
the duties for which I'm about to enter.
Congratulations, Dr. Rios.
Thank you, and thank you for doing this for me today.
Yeah. Thank you very much. At this point, I will ask family members and friends of each re-elected board members to come up for a photograph. So- Yes, please. So, Mrs. Suyu.
I'd like to call up my family. And before I call them up, I want to really thank, my wife could not be here, but she is a big part of the family, and she's what I could not do this without her. She comes to everything because she's part of everything that I do here and why I do things. It's my daughter, Yuri. This is my aunt, Nancy, and my mom passed away. And she is the last remaining sister, and my uncle also, who've been lifelong partners in everything, and I serve on a board with them, and I truly thank them for coming and supporting and being part of this whole thing. Thank you.
Come on up, my wonderful, amazing daughter and son. And my brother's here, but he wants me to leave him alone, so he's excused. Thank you.
this point, we will elect the next board president. I now declare the nominations open for the positions of the board president.
I got it. It's Michael Eugenio.
It's Dr. Eugenio.
Dr. Eugenio?
Thank you, Madam President. Motion to nominate Mr. Brad Beach as next board president.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations?
Yes. Ernie Nishi?
I withdraw.
Okay. Okay. We have one more. We have Dr. Rios?
Okay, I withdraw.
Okay,
Are
There's
there
none.
any other nominations?
there are none.
Hearing none, I now declare the nomination process closed. Roll call, please, Danielle.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
I'm going to say yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Congratulations, Mr. Beach. You are the new board president of the ABC Unified School District.
Thank you, sir.
Now. We have to switch seats, right? Yeah, because you have to look at the number. All right.
You have to hand him the gavel.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to start by thanking the community, parents, and students for this honor and your support over the past 2 years. I'd like to thank my board colleagues for having the confidence in me to be your next president. I commit to leading with integrity, fairness, and transparency. I will have all the students' best interests in mind with the decisions that I make. Let's move this district forward together, please. Okay, at this time, I'd like to open the nominations for vice president. Dr. Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under the natural progression, I know I'm due up to be nominated as board vice president. Due to family obligations, particularly to my daughter, whom many of you know has special needs, I cannot commit fully to the demands and rigors of becoming board vice president and possibly president thereafter. I would thank anyone who may have considered me, but I decline any nomination at this time. I motion to nominate Sophia Say as next vice president.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Olga Rios.
Thank you. I nominate Ernie Nishi.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, I'll close nominations. We'll take the first name. Danielle, roll call, please, for Sophia Say for vice president.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
I guess you have it anyway, so yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, thank you. Okay, I now declare the nomination for clerk open. Sophia Say.
I'd like to nominate Ernie Nishi.
Okay. And Mr. Nishii.
I'd like to nominate Dr. Rios.
Okay.
I
Are there-
decline. I would love to see Ernie as the clerk.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Seeing none, Danielle, roll call for Ernie Nishi for clerk, please.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes?
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishi?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Congratulations.
Okay, at this time, Dr. Apodaca, do you have a quick statement?
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd like to congratulate the newly reelected, as well as our officers here on the board. I need to ask to be excused due to the deteriorating health of my mother. Over the years, I've encouraged members of our community with cheesy stories to not wait until it's too late to mend fences with loved ones. Tonight, I plead with you. Tonight, I plead with you and all those listening to reach out, whether through text, phone call, or a home visit, to those whom you may be estranged from and those that you see often, to let them know you are thinking of them and you love them. Tomorrow is not guaranteed, so don't wait. Please keep my mother and all those who are sick in your prayers. God bless you and keep you. Good night. Thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations.
Okay, at this time, I'd like to move forward to the election of the Secretary of the Board. I'd like to nominate Mr. Tuan Nguyen, Interim Superintendent, as the Secretary of the Board of Education. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, passes 6-0. All right, let's now recognize President Sue Yu by playing a video capturing her presidency in 2022. Mr. Smith. All right, at this time, we're going to move to presentations for Sue Yu. All right, some of our dignitaries couldn't be here tonight with us, so I'm going to make the first several presentations. First one is from Supervisor Janice Hahn. The county makes the most beautiful scribes. If you haven't seen them, and I'll read this, it's relatively short. In recognition of dedicated service to the affairs of the community and for the civic pride demonstrated by numerous contributions for the benefit of all residents of Los Angeles County, our County Supervisor Janice Hahn. Okay, next we have our Congresswoman, Linda Sanchez. This is to Sue Yu in recognition of your service as President of the ABCUSD Board of Trustees. On behalf of California's 38th Congressional District, thank you for a job well done. Linda Sanchez. Okay, as was mentioned, Lakewood is having a meeting tonight, so this is from the city of Lakewood. In honor and recognition of the completion of your term as president to the ABC School Board, on behalf of the City Council, please accept my most secure appreciation for your service and leadership. This is from Mayor Steve Croft. And lastly, from the Cerritos Republican Club, in appreciation of your outstanding leadership as ABC Unified School District's Board of Education President, the Cerritos Republican Club would like to thank you for keeping students and parents first. Okay, at this time, I'd like to call up Mayor of Cerritos, Chong Vo.
And I think I see some my colleague. Frank, would you like to come up as well? And is that it? Okay. Well, Sue, your service as the president has come to an end. I remember when you first got president this past year. One of the things that we dealt with right away was violence in one of the school campuses. And I just want to let you know how appreciative I was with your willingness to work with us and the surrounding communities and with the residents and with the parents and the teachers and staff to deal with that situation so freely and openly and just being very transparent. And I remember that partnership grew from what it is today. So I want to thank you for your service, the City of Cerritos and the council. We want to let you know and the rest of the board know that we're always going to be here for you, and we'll always want to work together and always have a fruitful relationship. And again, and I know we've been friends for a while, and your support of the council has also been great. And I just wanted to come today personally to give you this proclamation. But I think President Beach over this that the county makes the nicest ones, but ours is in a frame. So thank you and congratulations.
At this time, I'd like to call up Ray Gear from the ABCFT, President.
Well, on behalf of the ABC Federation of Teachers, just want to thank you for your year of service. I want to thank you for working closely with the superintendent over the last year. And, you know, the partnership has guiding principles and behaviors. And you've always, one of the pieces in the guiding principles and behaviors is we learn each other's jobs. We might not agree all the time, but we seek clarifying questions, and we continue to have conversations even when things are difficult. And you and I have always done that. And you've always had the ABC teachers in mind in those decisions, and I want to thank you for that. I know it's not always been easy, but we've always had the conversations that needed to happen, and I appreciate you for that. So thank you for your service, and have a great night.
Thank you, Ray. Next, we have Joe Pack, rep from Assemblywoman Quirk Silva's office.
Thank you, President Beach, and all the newly elected. My name is Joe Pack. I'm a senior field rep for Assemblywoman Sharon Cook Silva, 67th Assembly District. It's customary for the Assemblywoman to recognize the outgoing president of the school board. At this time, I'd like to read what it says. California State Assembly Certificate of Recognition presented to Honorable Sue Yu in honor of your leadership as president on the ABC Unified School District Board 2022. On behalf of the 67th Assembly District, I commend you for your commitment and dedication to the ABC Unified School District. Thank you for the time and effort you have dedicated to public service and to making the ABC Unified School District a safer, beautiful, and more quality place to educate children. Congratulations and best of luck in all your future endeavors. December 13, 2022, Assemblymember Sharon Cook Silva. Congratulations.
All right, now I'd like to call on Interim Superintendent, Mr. Nguyen.
President, former past president, you. On behalf of the ABC Unified School District, I want to thank you for last year as the president of the district. It wasn't an easy year with the transitions, and I've been working directly with you for the past 4 months. So you always keep student achievement the main thing, and you always trying to do what's best for our students. So because of that, I want to thank you, and we have this plaque for you.
Microphone.
All right, I'd like to open it up to the board for any comments. First, Dr. Yenyo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Madam President, congratulations on completing your year as board president. If I can describe your year as president in 2 words, it would be trying and tumultuous. I don't believe you had an uneventful month during your 12 months as president. Everyone up here has qualities and traits I admire deeply. But as a martial artist, there's no trait I admire more than Sue Yu's ability to take a hit and continue to move forward. You suffered a year's worth of immeasurable humiliation, but you continued to move forward. You endured constant denunciations on social media, the local newspaper, and during public comment. Regardless, you continued to move forward. You were the tree that withstood the hurricane of insults. You showed poise, perseverance, and persistence, the traits of a true warrior. Your presence reminds me of the Bible verse in John chapter 15, verse 18 through 20. I'll let you all look that up on your own time. Madam President, it was an honor serving under you. Congratulations on completing your year of presidency. Thank you for your service. Best of luck on your future endeavors, and may God bless you and keep you well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Eugenio.
Okay, next, Sophia Say.
Thank you. I also want to say congratulations, newly elected President, Mr. Beach. I want to say thank you, Board President Sue Yu, for your years of service as the President of year of 2022. It has been a challenging year as we came back from the pandemic. We are a diverse group with different opinions, but we are willing to work together to do what is the best for the students. Everything we do is for our students. Being a board member is not easy, especially nowadays with everything that is going on. It takes time from your family. I want to say thank you for your years of service as a president and dedication to our student of ABC.
Thank you, Board Member Sophia Say.
Board Member Ernie Nishii.
Thank you, Mr. President. So yes, I would like to thank Sue Yu for your year of service. It's a sacrifice of family. We all know that. It's being the center of the maelstrom, and that's not an easy situation. You know, we all have principles and we all have ideas that we will sometimes disagree, but we grow beyond that. And you have been able to grow beyond some of the differences that we have. And I particularly thank you. You know, always you've been collaborative and in working to create things for our students, such as our facilities on BB Bond, and being able to build science centers and create a good future for our community, no matter where we come from. You know, so long as the main thing is the students, that's the key thing. So I want to thank you for your dedication and your time.
Thank you, Ernie Nishii.
Board Member Olga Rios, Doctor.
Thank you. I think it was said that, this past year was definitely a difficult year, and of course, perspectives on how we saw that year was beyond. But I do want to congratulate you on your year of presidency and on your reelection, and I hope that we can move forward in a positive way, really reflect on what the year did. I think we had probably the most polarized board we've ever had, and I really want us to move forward, and I'm going to take to heart the comments by our president and hope that we all as a board can continue to do what we're here elected to do, which is to move this district forward, to focus on students, and keep that at the forefront. Thank you, and again, congratulations.
Thank you, Olga Rios.
All right, and Madam President, for the last time, I would like to say to you, thank you for your year of service, and I personally want to thank you for keeping me in the loop of all ABC business as your VP, for mentoring me to take the reins here and be successful as the next president. Thank you very much, Sue. Okay, at this time, I think it's prudent for us to take a recess to enjoy.
No, I have a.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Two more things.
Yeah.
All right, is Sun
Sunny Hong.
Hong here?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, come forward, please.
Sun Hee Hong is a cellist who is also a student at ABC Adult School.
first, I will play Christmas music first because it's Christmas time is coming. So, okay.
While she's looking up, Miss Hong is a professional cellist who actually has a master's degree from UCLA.
Already I like it.
Sorry about this. Sorry, I will play Cohen's music in 3 seconds. And so, because I was expecting the, Emma, but we had some miscommunication, so we couldn't have that today. So here we go.
very much. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to turn it over to our outgoing president, Sue Yu, for some comments.
Thank you, Brad. President Brad, congratulations. That was worth waiting, right, folks? I'd like to also congratulate our newly elected board members, Olga Rios and Ernie Nishi, and myself. And congratulations to Sophia Say, the vice president. Yeah. Good evening, dear friends, family, and ABC community, and everyone streaming online. Thank you for joining us in board reorganization and swearing in of newly elected board members. It has been an honor to serve all of you as your board president this past year, 2022. I am glad that this was my second term serving as president because there were many important decisions and directions to make. It was a tough year coming out of pandemic. But being elected as a board president second time, I think I was prepared to make those tough decisions. There were many challenges of opening the school, dealing with vaccine mandates, mask mandates, catching up with learning loss. I'd like to thank my fellow board members in listening to parents, guardians, community, and making the right decisions for the welfare of everyone, both students and staff. Of course, we couldn't please everyone, but we had to make the decision that would benefit the majority. Not the loudest, but the majority, and that is what true leadership is about. The toughest decisions as leaders are making the unpopular decisions against the trend at the moment. But at times, the tough decisions are proven to be the best decision for everyone in the long run. Earlier this year, we passed the resolution to oppose the vaccine mandate. And I'm not an anti-vaxxer, but we did the right thing because children should not be held back from coming to school because of the vaccine. I'd like to thank the ABC community for all of your cooperation during the transition of our beloved Superintendent, Dr. Mary Sue, whom we will miss very much, especially the district executive board, staffs, and the principals for your extra efforts to sustain the stability of the entire district. Thank you so much. Coming out of pandemic and going through a big transition was a very tough one, but we made it happen together because we collaborated with all stakeholders. A big thank you. We held special board meetings to address issues on violence in our schools and community, as the city of Cerritos mayor mentioned. And this has made me think, why is this happening? Why is there increase in crime? The policies on soft on crime has definitely contributed to the rise in crime and even affecting our kids in our schools. We're seeing an increase in cases. I'm very concerned about drug overdose and increase in fentanyl usage. In our school, we also, a few board meetings ago, we passed to implement Narcan antidote to fentanyl. So we are prepared. The pandemic has created feelings of isolation and distress, which has brought havoc to our world and has negatively affected our children. Aggression and violence has increased across the schools in our nation as people have become frustrated with direction of public policy from national, state, and local leaders. We had to revamp and work on resolving these issues to ensure safety of our schools and assurance to parents and community. And we are continuing to improve our communication with the public. I remember after one board meeting, I went directly to sheriff's office and asked them to dispatch a deputy first thing in the morning. And that was at midnight. So it has been a tough year. However, I enjoyed every moment of it because my strong conviction comes from knowing that I serve my God and my country during this time. And there's one verse that stuck to my mind, during the pandemic, as I was seeing things happening around us. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be satisfied. What is the right thing to do? Sometimes I wonder, educators, parents, grandparents, and guardians, they know better how to educate and raise children, not lawmakers. Lawmakers in the recent years have been pushing down too many agendas and mandates that has not been helpful to raising our children. And this is the reason why I am getting more and more involved. I am driven to do the right thing and to inform the public and to support the parental rights. I believe medical decisions has to be made by the parents, none other. No other organizations, but parents. I've been pushed out of my comfort zone to face the realities of our culture and how it impacts our children and family. I could not, with my clear conscience, stay silent. Because I've been in the education industry working with students and children as a youth pastor, as a college counselor for about 35 years. And it does grieve my heart how these policies will affect our next generation. Many of you have known me for 9 years, and you know that I haven't really rocked the boat. This is a bipartisan position, and I try to collaborate and work with everybody. Until I had to, as a leader, I have to be responsible for what's happening to our culture and to our next generation. And as soon as I stood up against the sex education and CRT, I was attacked. But we rise to the occasion that when we are driven by what is right, what doesn't break you make you stronger. And as I said, I enjoy every moment of serving this community, our state, Golden State, and our nation. And to close up, finally, I do want to share, and in honor of my mom. She's an immigrant who came to this country almost 50 years ago when she was 35. She doesn't have many days left, but I want to dedicate and share her life with everyone. She's been in this country for 50 years, but she still doesn't speak English fluently. She worked in sewing factory for most of our childhood, and that's how she raised us. And she leaves us a legacy. She raised 4 daughters, put them through college, and 12 grandchildren. And she's so thankful. I just spoke with her, and she says, I'm so satisfied. I'm so thankful to this country for the opportunity and for the freedom. And she has raised me in LA. We as immigrants, we come with nothing. We start from the bottom. We take all the, rough jobs, tough jobs that no one wants to work, but we made it. And we are called to unite and live in peace and do what is right. Don't let the special interest or the government tell us what to do. That is my thing, is I will continue to advocate for the parental rights and the welfare of our children and the next generation. No one should make medical decisions for children, for next generation. And so it has been a great honor, and I want to say I love my mom. She left us with a legacy. An immigrant who immigrated 50 years ago, still doesn't speak English, worked in factories, but she raised successfully 4 daughters and 12 grandchildren. She helped with all the grandchildren. Sometimes we have so much to learn from these grandparents who are so sacrificial. It's not the lawmakers who knows and tells us how to raise our kids. So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. It's been an honor serving you as president. God bless you all. That is it. That is all.
Thank you, Sue. Okay, at this time, we'll take a recess of 20 minutes. We'll meet back at 8:30. Please help yourself to the hors d'oeuvres in the hallway, and Sue, enjoy your reception.
She'll do that.
Thank you. All right, we'll start with appointments of board members to the following committees and city liaisons. And if the board is okay with this, we'll go one by one. If anybody wants the position, just say so, and we'll move forward like that. First one is DUE Board Advisory Committee. Any takers?
Okay, Cerritos one?
No,
Oh, is that the one we're talking about?
first one is DUE Board Advisory Committee.
Oh, the unit. Oh, okay. Who wants it? I know that, but I thought you wanted it.
Had the same opportunity?
Okay, so are we going to push buttons, or you're just going to say,
Okay,
Doc,
we're gonna do the diversity unit.
Dr. Rios, do you want that one?
Did I push my button?
I don't see it.
You know, I sat on that committee. It's an incredibly important committee. Again, I think diversity is important to all of us, so if somebody else would like to participate, but if not, yes, I'd be happy to participate another year.
I think that's a good point. You know what date is? Because some of the things on Thursday I cannot attend. I teach that Thursday. You know what date is? Is it Thursday? Yeah. So I'm teaching on Thursday.
You're the board member. You can change that.
Oh, can we change it?
I'll take it.
Huh? You take it? Okay.
Okay, Dr. Rios, thank you. Next is the Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee. He's not here, but Dr. Apodaca's been doing that, so I'll appoint him unless anybody else wants it. Seeing none. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee.
May I ask one thing? Are they all on Thursday meeting?
No.
No, okay. So can that one's finance audit? Somebody needs to be lawyer to be there.
I was that last year. I
Before?
probably should let somebody else do that as well.
Okay. That's on Wednesday, you said?
Wednesday.
Since no one, I'll take that.
Thank you, Ms. Say. School Facilities Declining Enrollment Board Advisory Committee.
I'll take that one.
Mr. Nishii, thank you. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee. I sat on this as a parent. It's very educational and kind of plans the future of the district. Any takers? All right, we'll come back to that. City of Artesia Liaison.
I'll take that.
Dr. Yenyo, thank you. City of Cerritos Liaison.
take
I'll
it.
take that one.
I'll take
Or-
it. Yeah.
How many, I think usually you have a one and back up before. That's how we did it before, right?
Okay, we'll put Sue, you on it, and if you can't attend anything, then we can delegate to Ernie or Sophie or me.
Okay.
City of Hawaiian Gardens, I'll appoint Dr. Apodaca. City of Lakewood,
I'll take that.
Dr. Rios, thank you. City of Norwalk,
If no one, I'll take that.
Sophie, that's your area, thank you. Head Start Liaison,
And usually it's the president. Oh, no, the LCAS, that's the president usually. Head Start.
anybody for Head Start Board Liaison? Has Dr. Apodaca done that in the past?
He did it before.
Okay, so we'll put him there, and if he can't do it, then we can change. And going back to the Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee. Sue or Michael, are either of you willing to take that one?
I was on the committee several times.
Okay.
One of the person needs to be take that position.
Let me try to see what day they do it. Tuesdays? Anyone?
Board members that haven't taken a committee?
Who has a volunteer?
Dr. Yenyo? Thank you, sir. All right, and the last one, County Committee on School District Organization and LA County School Trustees Association.
I can do that.
Mr. Nishii, thank you. Okay, agenda item number 18, approve agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of December 13, 2022?
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, agenda passes. 19, approving minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of November 1, 2022?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second, Sue.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes passed. President's report. I'd like to report some of the things I've done over the last month. I attended the Carver Enrichment Cluster Celebration. It was their first event on campus in a long time. It was great to see the kids performing. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Also attended Gar High School's Day de los Muertos Day. Also visited their softball field. Didn't realize they built a brand new softball field where we used to go to school, and it was beautiful. And the batting cages, really nice there. Board Member Say, Dr. Apodaca, and I conducted ABC interviews for search firms for our new superintendent, and that will actually be on the agenda later. I attended Grandparents' Day at Nixon Academy, and I totally recommend if any of the schools don't have a Grandparent Day to do one, especially at the elementary schools. The seniors all had a phenomenal time. We filmed a Watchdog video at Nixon. We're going to try to promote the Watchdogs program to all the elementary schools in the district. So I'll once again say if any of you dads out there are encouraged to get it going on your schools, please let me know. I'm happy to help. And several of us attended the Parent Leadership Conference at Artesia High School this past weekend, and the guest speaker was phenomenal. Really enjoyed him. The last thing I want to report on is one of my first duties as president is I want to initiate a program called 30 Schools in 30 Weeks. And my pledge as president is to visit every school in the district, doing one a week. And I merely want to talk to the principal, tour the campus, get any feedback from them and the teachers, how things are going, and offer my services to them. So we're going to start that probably January 9th. Mr. Smith, I want to thank you in advance for your support and your help, and I'll be touring all the schools. All right, that concludes my report. Superintendent's report. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe earlier this month, I attended the CSBA, the California School Board Association Conference, with Dr. Olga Rios and Board Clerk Ernie Niishi. I think this is their largest attendance ever, with more than 4,000 school board members and school administrators throughout the state of California. They have many, many sessions. I attended the Models and Practices for Equity Center Decision Making, Best Practices for School Consolidation, System of Support for Special Education Students, the Fiscal Landscape for K-12 Funding, and Parents and Family Engagement. So it was a very fruitful event for me, and I learned a lot. Take back the items that we learned from there, and staff have just more work to do. Last week we had our 21st meeting or retreat with the ABCFT, the ABC Federation of Teachers, what we call the PAL retreat, which is a partnership between administrations and labor. We believe that in order to move our school district forward, we need to work together. We have been working together for the past 21 years, and we still continue to work forward and to work on the work and to support our students. Past weekend, we have our Parent Leadership Conference at Artesia High School. I believe there was more than 200 parents were there. I want to thank Board President, Mr. Beach was there, Dr. Rios, Mr. Ernie Niishi, attend the conference. Many workshops, about 12 workshops that was offered, and parents really enjoyed the workshop, and we hope that they can take what they learned there to take back and support their students and support their school, because like I said, we can't do this alone. We need the partnership with the parents and the family. So lastly, we almost there, about 2 weeks away from winter break, so I wish that everyone, our students, our families, and staff have a safe and happy holidays. That's my report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. All right, next we have employee representative reports. Mr. Gear.
Without a script. Good evening, President Beach, and esteemed and honorable board members. Thank you for tonight in this celebration. Congratulations to re-elected board members, and congratulations to all of you in new positions. It's nice to just to see you guys kind of mix up the the seats a little bit. So on behalf of the ABC Federation of Teachers, we want to all just thank you for the work you do and continue to do. So Mr. Nguyen talked about our 21st PAL retreat. So we've been doing collaboration for approximately 23, 24 years. The first PAL retreat was in, I think it was 1998. And we took a couple years off because of the pandemic. And I was kind of jokingly referring it to 20 plus 1. And there's a significance to that, is that, you know, we did 20 years and I was just telling someone earlier, I felt like we were a ship that had a good anchor and 6 periods a day. You know, the bell schedules are pretty predictable. Everything was pretty predictable. And then, you know, the last few years have changed a lot of just normal stuff. But it started before the pandemic. It started with Artesia going to an 8-period day and, you know, different ways to do bell schedules and moving our calendar so that we start earlier so we're competitive with other districts enrollment-wise. I want to thank the board for their wise move to move open enrollment, school of choice to January. I think it's a very prudent move. And it puts us in competition and in line with all the other districts. It's really important that parents get all the information that they need early in the school year so that they can make decisions to come to ABC. So I applaud that and thank you for heading that. At the PAL retreat, which is really important, you have all the site reps. There's about 65, 70 site reps. And then you have all the principals and program specialists and directors that get together. And they work on projects that will impact student outcomes at their sites or within their programs. About 10, 15 years ago, no, it was about 15 years ago, we actually got some grant money. We got almost $500,000 from the American Federation of Teachers. They had these innovation grants. Now they have smaller grants and we'd love to go for them in the future. But what we did is we took $10,000 for every school site that wanted to do these projects, and the staffs worked collaboratively with the administration to come up with projects that would impact student outcomes. And some of them were about math, some of them were about PE, some are about planning time. But we got Golden Bell Awards out of that. And so what we saw last week with administrators and site reps working together was really we're getting back to foundations. We're getting back to being innovative. You know, I want to thank the board for supporting the partnership between administration and labor no matter what happens, because these projects all impact students and the community we serve. And so last week was a really important day. You know, we hadn't done that in 3 years, and so for us to get together and to work on projects that were going to impact students directly was, you know, puts us back where we want to be. And I think every employee in ABC wants to head into the future, right? We want to be a star. Not that we weren't a star, but we don't have enough golden bells. So I want to thank the board for always supporting the partnership. I know Sue was always, that was something that you always came back to. Regardless of what was going on, every president has sat there, understood the partnership and that we understand each other's political reality, but it comes down to student outcomes. It could be in it, you know, their attendance, their mental health, their academics, but whatever it does, it impacts kids. So we couldn't do it if we didn't have a board that supported that. So thank you. I want to wish everybody a happy holidays. We got 7 more days, and I think everybody's ready for a little break. Be safe out there. All right, have a good night.
Thank you, Ray. All right, we'll move on to public comments. Clerk Nishii.
Thank you, President. Public comments. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation in 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board, which has never happened. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. So, the first speaker today is a Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee. Can you please come? Yeah, this is a group. That's great.
Good evening, board members. My name is Nikisha Robinson. I am a licensed marriage and family therapist by profession, and I have 2 children attending elementary school in the district. I want to start off by first thanking Board Member Sue for your earlier comment on the advocacy for parents in this district and that being your priority. I have been and remain an active parent of the PTA and School Site Council. Tonight, we are here to introduce the Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee. I'd like to ask the members that are present to please stand and remain standing. We are a vested group of parents, family members, and community members and have been working together for some time to create a space for Black and African American family voices to be heard around navigating resources for success. Our core values are building bridges for future success through culturally responsive teaching and psychological safety by ensuring advocacy, achievement, and accountability through creating a collaborative community for the diaspora.
Good evening. My name is Claudia Williams-Burks. I am also a parent in the district. I am a mental health provider in the community, and I am a proud member of Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee. Tonight, I will be presenting to you our mission and our vision. The mission of the Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee is to involve and empower parents, students, and community members to improve the quality of education and social experiences by validating and affirming the voice of Black African American students and families. It is our goal to provide clear communication to elevate the voices of Black African American students and families by actively removing barriers through informing and empowering parents of district resources, policies, and programs at the local, district, and regional level. Our vision: the Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee exists to positively impact the lives of Black African American students at all levels of the education continuum and raise the bar for all students. The Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee shall leverage its platform to develop systematic changes for Black African American students, families, and the community at large within ABCUSD that foster meaningful, progressive partnerships and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mike Laughlin.
Thank you, Superintendent, Mr. President. My name is Mike Laughlin. I am a resident of Hawaiian Gardens, and I have a stepson who's a senior at Artesia High School. I got to take a breath because I don't know how I can follow that. That was beautiful, y'all. Beautiful. But I'm here tonight to talk about a project that I've been working on for a long time, and we finally are on the agenda for the Wall That Heals, which is the 75% replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial in Washington, D.C., which is founded and funded by the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Foundation. We will be here in Hawaiian Gardens at Fetty Middle School, March 21st through the 26th. You don't even have to write it down because you're going to get a ton of literature from me, trust me. Dr. Apodaca is one of my committee members, as a matter of fact. He's taking on the role of getting the students there because we have 2 days to have field trips from the primarily high schools and the junior high schools. I'm also going to be reaching out to Los Alamitos, to their high school, because they're right on the border. And I know some of the folks there. The wall will be here on the 21st. We will do a tour around the city and portions of Lakewood. Then it will go to Fetty. And then on the 22nd, we will have a team of volunteers, 30 to 35, to assemble the wall, at which time it will be open to the public 24 hours, Wednesday night, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday until 2 p.m., at which time another team of volunteers will take it down and send it on its way. And of course, you are all welcome to volunteer. We also have nighttime shifts where we have, because it's open 24 hours a day, we have people there to assist the veterans and the visitors. During the day, we need 10 when we have the students there, so we have more volunteers to help with the students. And then, of course, when the students aren't there, we have approximately 6 volunteers. And all of these are just regular community members, veterans. And I can tell you, as you can tell, I'm proud Navy, Vietnam veteran. And this wall is a beautiful way for my brothers and sisters to heal. And as much as I hate the word, to get closure in many cases when they can come and touch that wall that they can't visit clear across the country. I've been to many of them. I've worked many of them. I did Bellflower in 2019. I did Garden Grove. I've done Green Hills. And I see it every time. These men and women that heal. So I want to thank the board for giving us the opportunity to have it at Fetty, and I look forward to seeing all of you out there. So don't disappoint me. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. Margaret Saito. Margaret Saito.
Margaret Saito, I'm a resident of Artesia, and I grew up here in ABC Unified School District, okay, so I've been participated as a student. My concern is that in recent election, you notice that we were inundated with a lot of literature, okay, and that we have so many people telling us, yes, vote for this, no, vote for this, vote for this proposition, vote for that. But I think what we need to start to do here in the school district and for our students is to start to teach them what propaganda is, okay? What the basis is, propaganda, I mean like the Nazis, the communists, and like communist China, and the environment in which it is given, okay? Because look, as Californians, we rely too much on what somebody tells us. We need to really read these propositions. We really need to look at what are these people saying they're going to do in terms of what is their past history. So I want the next generation, the students here, to do better and have skills that they can take as they go out into the community and not have to wait, and just go, oh, okay, that sounds good. I'm for that, But we need it because too often we just look at all the writing, and we don't even bother to read these propositions. And then we wonder, well, gee, I thought this was supposed to reduce crime. It's supposed to, so like, we voted for 4757 and AB 109. They were sold as safe streets. But what do we get? Not safe streets, okay? So we need to start teaching them how to tell, okay? How to discern what the facts are, and start asking questions, okay? Also, I'd like to thank Sue Yu for your leadership, and I'm looking forward to your continued participation here on the board, and I'd like to thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Susanna Cantoral.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Susana Cantora, and I am in the field of education for almost 25 years. And actually, since I was a little girl, books play a very important role in my life. So I wanted to be a teacher and also be an author of children's books. But since I am seeing like a very indifference from not all parents, but many parents, about reading at home, I am here to offer my services as reading advocate. So I'm gonna be calling the school district for me to offer, workshop to help you to organize any activity that is related with family reading. So I'm not gonna be giving you my numbers, but I'm gonna be calling you to say that I am here to help, because I think reading is one of the most powerful tools to establish very good family relationship and also to change our society. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Nishii. We'll move on to the consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
And
Second, Sue? Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any nays? Motion passes 6-0. Action items, 1.2A. May I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to the Board Advisory Committee?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Any public comments? Seeing none, any discussion? Board Member Sue Yu.
yes, for the student representatives, I see one student representative for each committee. And then you go to the DUE, there's, so many students. Is there a reason?
Probably, that was approved by when Board Member Mendoza was on, she.
Want to go to Mr. Nguyen for this one? Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Mr. President. That was determined by the board.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
when
was
the
it?
board set
Okay.
up the diversity, unity, and equity advisory committee, you want to hear from the students. So you have set that for that particular committee, I believe each school, high school, have 2 students to be on that committee. So that actually was determined and voted on by the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right, action item 1.3A. May I have a motion to ratify the submitted grant application for the School COVID Prevention Partnership, SCPP program grant for the 2022-2023 school year?
So moved, Nishi?
Second by Sophia.
Any public comments?
I don't see any.
Seeing none, any discussion? Ms. Yu.
So this is a grant that we're receiving, right?
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. And this grant is used for, what is this grant used for?
This is to provide training to staff regarding mental health support for our students.
I mean, it's good that we're receiving a grant.
Yes.
But-
Correct. So we received the grant to provide training. This is
Training.
just training to teachers and paraeducators and support staff to recognize the early signs of mental health on students. You know, that is an issue right now that, you know, every district is facing. So for them to be able to recognize and provide appropriate referrals or support to the students. So that's what the grant is for, to just provide training to teachers and staff.
Is it, so it's restricted?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm just wondering, you know, I would love to see grants that could be applied towards more extracurricular activities that could really help the students, such as, you know, sports, music, all those stipends, because I know that, you know, how we always talk about how coaches don't get enough money. We don't have enough money there. I'm just wondering if we can ever get grants for that.
Our practice is that we will go and pursue
Yeah.
as many grants as possible
Mhm.
that will support our students.
Thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Tuan, for actually going after this grant. It is a ratification, so they've already applied for this. So I'm glad that you didn't wait for us, that you're trying to get some support for our students and taking a step forward. So thank you very much.
All right, any other comments? Dr. Rios.
Well, I would just like to remind the, I guess, ourselves that student mental wellness was set as a priority for all of us as a district and as a board. And so seeing items that support this effort, yeah, I'm with Mr. Nishi. I applaud you, Tuan, for seeking this grant.
Okay, seeing no other comments, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.4A, may I have a motion for the Board of Education to nominate a board member for the California School Boards Association, CSBA Delegate Assembly, on or before January 7, 2023? Board Member Sue Yu.
I'd like to nominate myself.
Okay. Dr. Rios?
Our colleague has served as delegate for the past several years. Wait, Ernie, right? And I'd like to see him continue, so I nominate Ernie.
Okay. Board Member Sophia Say.
I think we can have more than one. That's how other schools like Nova School usually even have 3 people.
That's fine.
Juan, is that your understanding?
That is correct. The board may nominate more than one board members who wishes to serve on this delegate assembly. Yes.
Okay. Is it the pleasure of the board to just pass both of them, or do we want to vote separately? Is there consensus to nominate 2, elect 2?
So just really quick so that the public knows what delegate assembly is. This is part of the California School Board Association. It's a body that advocates for students in schools and various policies that we hope to get approved, such as the base grant. We're trying to get more monies for transportation costs. So there was a recent initiative to get above the minimum Prop 98 monies, and we were successful in getting that. I think we got $6.8 billion more than we expected. They helped with the pensions. They fought for that very hard. There's a lot of things that it's good for, so I think that if we have more people in our team, it would be good. It is an elected position, so we would be put onto a nomination board, and the area, Region 24, would be voting for us. I think there's a couple of spots that are potentially open, but we would have to get elected to that.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote on both Sue Yu and Ernie Nishii. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion passes 6-0. Item 1.5A, may I have a motion to adopt the calendar of board meetings for the 2023 school year?
Motion to adopt, Eugenio.
Do we have a second?
So moved by Sophia.
Okay, are there any public comments?
I don't see any.
Danielle, can we please check the one in the tin just to see if it's public comment?
Is it related or?
Second. Okay. Okay, seeing none, any discussion on 1.5A?
I just pulled my.
Sophia say.
Yeah. Just wondering, what we do on June 5th, the Monday?
Great question. June 6th is graduation.
Oh, okay.
So
Got it.
the only two changes to this are moving that because of graduations, and then there was a August date added, right, Tuan? So there's now 18 meetings next year.
Correct.
Okay, so those were the only changes. Anybody have any comments? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, passes 6-0. 1.6A, may I have a motion to adopt Resolution 22-42 acknowledging January 23 through 27, 2023 as the Great Kindness Challenge Week?
So moved by Go ahead, you go.
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Any public comments?
I'm not sure. This public comment says public comment, but doesn't say it's to a particular item.
Second.
Second public comment? Thank you. So no, I didn't see any.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 6-0. Item 1.7A, may I have a motion to approve revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health conditions. And how appropriate, our first comment. Board Member Sophia Say.
I just have a real quick question on page 116. Are you going to present it first, or, because we had this?
Motion to approve. Oh, actually, we need to make a motion to
Yes.
actually put this on.
I'm waiting for a first and second.
Motion to approve, Yuanyo.
Thank you.
Second, Nishi.
Okay, Dr. Zitlo.
Thank you. So the update to this board policy is in relation to some changes that were made in regard to EpiPen usage and who is trained for that, but also for Narcan. Ms. Carol Castro worked with our nurses, our head nurse, Patty DuPont, as well as Dr. Chavez, who is our SELPA director, who monitors our nurses on this. And so she's going to walk us through the changes.
Good evening, Board President Beach and distinguished board members. On page 116, I just want to point out on the bottom that it does provide authority to ABC Unified to use epinephrine autoinjectors. It talks about the use of naloxone hydrochloride, also known as Narcan, and it also talks about the appropriate use of medical cannabis, or how to actually make sure that we do not administer medical cannabis on school grounds. On page 117, it discusses, it gives the superintendent or designee the ability to collaborate with city and county emergency responders, especially in the case of a public disaster or an epidemic, as we've seen already in the past, so this is clearly updated information. If you move to page 119, it provides additional definitions, so you can see those highlighted towards the bottom. It gives clear definitions on opioid antagonists, anaphylaxis, and an epinephrine autoinjector. We move then to page 120. It talks about the importance of informing students, parents, or guardians who may qualify for services under IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And then if we continue, the policy stays the same. You see large sections starting on page 124, because these entire sections talk about the actual implementation and policies with emergency epinephrine autoinjectors. Then on page 125, the emergency medication for opioid overdose, also known as Narcan. And that concludes the entirety of the policy that is updated and adopted. And just to give you a brief update, we have been able to receive the Narcan, and it is now distributed at all of our secondary school sites, middle schools, and high schools.
Board Member Sophia Say.
Actually, we're supposed to ask for public comment,
Is there
but
any
I don't
public
see
comment?
any, so.
Thank you. Okay, Sophia Say.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, President. Hi, Carol. I have a question on 116, the middle of the paragraph. If a parent guardian chooses, he or she may administer the medication to his or her child at school, or designate another individual who is not a school employee. Who is not a school employee, which means is incident, the things happen in school? Anybody walk by can do it, or can give it? I
So-
don't quite understand that.
Yeah. So in that case, what it's saying is the parent could come and, let's say their child needs some kind of medication, they could bring it. But let's say that the parent isn't at home, they're at work, but the grandmother's available. The parent could designate that either the parent can come or grandma could come.
Okay.
So it's about them designating a person to come and help. It's not just any random person. If a parent can't come, it would be a school employee who's trained or the school nurse.
What kind of information we have if the kids have allergy issue, like peanuts, this and that? How do we identify right away? I mean, if the incident arrive, do they have a basis, or you have somewhere we have some kind of records in the classroom setting?
Yeah, during the registration process every year, the nurses review students' medical records, and that information is collected confidentially, of course, from our parents and guardians. Just to go back to the original question about the medications, there is a section about health on student registration forms, and that's where a parent can designate someone else, another designee, to administer medications, to call for emergency situations, and then also indicates a space to tell the school about any potential allergies or medical issues that we need to be aware of. And so all those records are updated and reviewed every year.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. Thank
Any
you.
other board comments? I just want to thank staff for jumping on this so early. This was something important to a lot of us, and it's nice that, heaven forbid, something should happen at one of our high schools or even middle schools, that we're prepared to save a life, so thank you. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 1.8A, may I have a motion to, number one, conduct a public hearing on the subject of the granting of a partial fee acquisition and temporary construction easement to Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. 2, approve resolution number 22-43 of the Board of Education of ABC Unified School District authorizing the granting of a partial fee acquisition and temporary construction easement to the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority. Is there a motion? Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Beach. As you recall, at the last board meeting, members from the Los Angeles County Metropolitan Transportation Authority were here to present to the board of their project, basically to widen the freeway, the 91 freeway between Shoemaker and Alondra. And in order for them to do that, they would need to acquire about 4,487 square feet of land from us. And we went through a lengthy process with them. It was about 4 years. Since 2018, we have involved legal counsel, we have our own appraisal, and the recommendation is for the board to approve this transaction. It's not only, it would help, widening the freeway, it would help with traffic, overall support for the residents, but also we will be receiving $628,000 from this transaction.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Hearing no further comment, you in?
No, I was just going to say that I'm confirming that the money that we received from this can be used for capital projects.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all I want.
Mrs. Suyu.
I just wanted to, I know we brought this up, but please ask them to have the construction hours, avoid the traffic hours for our communities, commuting people.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, public comment is closed. All right, all those in favor of this motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 2.2A, may I have a motion to approve contract for a compensation study with Ewing Human Resources Services for the 2022-2023 school year?
So moved by Sophia.
Dr. Zitlo.
Thank you. So this is a study we made an agreement with AFSCME that we would work to do. It took us a while to work with some companies and negotiate a price that we felt was fair and would meet the needs of our district and our employee group. And so we'll be beginning that process and assessing how we're doing in terms of our compensation for our AFSCME employees.
All right, any public comments?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 3.12A, Contract for Advantage Communications. May I have a motion to approve the request to contract with Advantage Communications, Inc. to provide speech and debate enrichment classes students in the ABC Excels Expanded Learning after-school programs for the 2022-2023 school year?
So moved, Nishi.
Eugenio, second.
Mrs. Castro.
Thank you. We're so excited to bring this forward to the board today. This is an enrichment program to help support our ABC Excels, which is part of our Expanded Learning Opportunities program after school. This program will be offered at 4th through 6th grade at all of our elementary schools and 7th and 8th grade at our ABC Excels middle school sites, Fetty, Ross, and Teslov. It is more than just speech and debate. It also includes public speaking, storytelling, poetry, and presentation skills, all soft skills that are really important for our students to be successful and can be transferable to help them in their academic learning during the school day.
Thank you. Any public comments?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishii.
Just really quick, want to thank the staff for making a great report, looking through, making sure that we have all the great people, making sure that we have a good competitive company that's won this. Just wanted to quickly ask a question and just want to confirm that if students are part of ABC Excels, they could pay to be part of this program.
They would have to be part of the ABC Excels program to participate in this. Schools do have the option, as they have with other enrichment programs, to allow companies to offer a pay service at their school sites. Those would have to be based on the individual school site's ability to offer that at a separate time and location from our ABC Excels, so that the company can actually offer the services for both.
Okay, so is the company aware that they can do this?
We will continue to speak to the company and make them aware, as well as letting our principals know that if that's an option they would like, that's also something that they could look at.
So this would be principal initiative then?
School site initiative, yes.
School site initiative, okay, thank you. Thank you.
All right, board member Suyu.
Yes. So this is offered just to the schools that are qualified for the Excels program?
This is for all 19 elementary school sites and then 3 of our middle school sites.
So this program is available to all the students or certain students who qualify?
These are for all of our students who are participating in our ABC Excels program, which is part of our Expanded Learning Opportunities program, which is meant to serve our unduplicated students who are low income, foster youth, homeless, and English learners. We do have students in the program that are for a fee who do not qualify for the free program, and they will also have the opportunity to participate in this program.
With a fee?
With the fee.
Oh, okay.
They don't have to pay additional, they're already paying for the program, I just want to clarify. So in other words, they're paying for the ABC Excels program after school.
I see,
And part of that program is to be able to participate in this enrichment.
Okay. When does this begin?
In the new year. So we
January.
expect it to begin probably in about February.
Thank you.
Clerk Nishii.
Yeah, so just, again, I want to say thank you for actually offering this program. I remember when I was a kid, I was really shy. I didn't like to say anything, and public speaking is the most difficult thing to have, and I think getting kids to have the confidence to being able to do this will help them academically. I think it's going to be a great program, and having the options of, being able to pay for it if you're within the Excels program, and hopefully with the staff or the sites will enable other people from outside also take part in the program, because not everybody's in ABC Excels. Some parents don't want to be, but they do want to be part of some of these additional things. So I think that would be a great thing to make sure that the parents have as much choice as possible. Thank you. That's it.
All right, seeing no more discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Passes 6-0. 3.13A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Scratch DJ Academy LLC to provide visual and performing arts activities for students in the ABC Excels Expanded Learning After School programs at Aloha, Cerritos, and Melbourne elementary schools for the 22-23 school year.
Motion to approve Eugenio.
Second, Nishi.
Mrs. Castro.
Thank you. Once again, this is part of our ABC Excels expanded learning after-school programs that we are offering in Richmond. Part of the requirements of the state of California is to ensure that enrichment not only addresses the academic skills for students, but also looks at visual and performing arts, which is what is part of this program. Another important part to know is that we did survey our parent community as part of understanding what the needs were in our students. And so from our Aloha, Cerritos, and Melbourne elementary families that turned in the survey, they definitely wanted something more music-based. And so that is why Scratch DJ Academy was chosen for those 3 particular school sites.
Thank you. Clerk Nishii, any public comment?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 3.14A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Bollywood dance choreographer and dancer Nakul Dev Mahayan to provide Bollywood dance enrichment classes at the following ABC Excels after-school programs: Bragg, Burbank, Carver, Elliott, Ferguson, Gonzalez, Hawaiian, Juarez, Kennedy, Leal, Nemus, Nixon, Palm, Stowers, Willow, and Whitman Elementary Schools for the 22-23 school year.
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Mrs. Castro.
Thank you. Once again, in response to the surveys that we received from our parent community, the 16 remaining elementary school sites preferred to have some kind of performance-based dance program, and so that is why we chose to contract with Nicole Dev Mahan to make sure that we met the community's needs and provided students with a unique opportunity to learn Bollywood dance and also engage in understanding cultures from around the world.
All right, any public comments?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishii.
Real quick question here. So I noticed that Cerritos is on the Scratch DJ Academy, but they weren't on the Nakul Dev Mahajan. Is there a reason they couldn't do both?
The consultants could not offer the services at all of our school sites. They're on a rotating schedule. So we will revisit the requests of the community, again, based on the parent surveys of what was requested and what their needs were. We distributed the resources based on what our initial survey results showed.
So the parents at Cerritos Elementary chose the Scratch Academy rather than the Bollywood dancing?
They indicated that they wanted something that was more music-based, and that is why they didn't choose the consultant particularly. They chose that they wanted something that was more music-based in the responses of the surveys, whereas in other schools they wanted something that was more performance and dance-based.
Okay, because I'm just thinking, I know the population of Cerritos Elementary, and if they had to choose between the two, I don't think, did you give them, did you say, would you like Scratch, or would you like to have Bollywood style, or?
No, we did an initial survey before we even started looking for consultants on the different types of activities they would like to see for their students, including if they wanted to see visual and performing arts, do they want to see music, dance, STEM activities, robotics, if they wanted to see speech and debate, etc. So just to get a general idea so that our staff knew where to focus their direction in order to make sure we were meeting our community's needs. In working with these consultant groups, some of their capacity is not able to host at all 19 elementary schools. So due to that, we also decided to distribute the resources. And then, of course, we can revisit this in future years as we continue to expand our program and continue to expand our partners and our community-based organizations that we work with to provide an all-encompassing enrichment support for our students.
Okay, great. So I'm just thinking maybe in the future, if we were specific, then they would be able to make an informed decision as to which one they like. But I'm not here to change this, so that's fine. I just, in the future, if we could specifically ask the parents, would you prefer this program or that program, it might be helpful. Because if it's in general, that might be one thing, but if they know, oh, it's going to be Bollywood, you might get a different reaction.
Certainly, and it's also important for us to vet these programs, so we'll be doing surveys after the fact to see if we want to continue. As every year, we'll have to review the consultant groups that we work with and make sure that they're providing the best services for our students.
This is from the E-Law, right? So we may not have those funds later on, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other board comment? I'll just say real briefly that I do agree with Clerk Nishii, and I think once parents at a certain school, probably Cerritos, hear that Bollywood is being offered at another school, they may have some complaints. So let's just be prepared for that. And if we can adjust within the year, that might be a good option for us. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.10A, may I have a motion to approve the first interim report for the 22-23 fiscal year with a positive certification and budget adjustment as reflected?
So moved by Sophia.
You had no second.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, Mr. Beach. I will make this quick. So the board approved the original budget in June of 2022. The board also approved a revised budget in August of 2022. So now December 2022, we are required to provide the board an update of the budget, what has changed since the last time the board approved the budget. So I'm pleased to report that there has been no changes to the revised budget since August. Our revenues is on track and our expenditures on track as of today. So as we have more information, whether through labor negotiations or as additional information coming from the state and the county in terms of revenues, especially next month when the governor is prepared to release his budget proposal for the 23-24 school year, we will update the budget through the second interim report. But as of today, the first interim report, the budget, there's no changes to the budget through the compared to the August budget revision. So I want to report that our budget meets all county and state regulations. We will have a positive certification that we can meet all financial obligations for the current year and the next 2 years. Thank you.
Okay, any public comments?
I don't see any, Madam.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishii.
Just noticed that we get 0 federal revenue. Budgeted and interim, so that's great, I guess, but maybe how could we get some federal revenue?
So there's no unrestricted federal revenue, but if you look on page 153, there's about 31.7 million in restricted federal revenue. So it's 2 separate categories.
Thank you.
So federal revenues then come with restrictions.
Got it. Thank you.
Any other board comments? I just have one question and a quick comment. Is this the first time our total combined revenues went over 300 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay, it's nice to see our budget still balanced. I want to compliment Tuan in his previous role and his current role until we find a replacement. Thank you for all your good work on our budgets over the years.
Thank you.
Okay, so no more discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.11A, may I have a motion to approve request for proposal ABC 1599 to Leadership Associates for Superintendent Search Services? And
Motion
I get,
approved.
thank you. Is there a second?
Second?
Okay, thank you. If there's any discussion here, Sophia Say and I can answer any questions. We were on the 3-person panel that interviewed these companies. 2 of us agreed that this firm was the #1 best choice, and I think it was also the least expensive. So the total combined score of our interviews nominated this entity to be our consultant.
I don't see any public comment.
No public comment, thank you. Dr. Rios.
I'm just curious about the process. Can you elaborate a little bit about what the process was, the interviews, how many, how long did they last, who was there?
Would you like me to do it, Sophia, or do you? Okay, so there was the 3 of us that were nominated to be on the panel. There was 4 firms that submitted RFAs. We interviewed them. The interviews went for about 45 minutes. We asked, I believe, 10 questions? 10 questions. Most of them took the entire 45 minutes. We were able to then ask follow-up questions, which most of us did. And to me, this firm was the clear favorite, and it was of somebody else also. The 3rd person put them, I think, 2nd or 3rd in their ranking system. They're local, and they were the least expensive. Not that we were looking at that, but it's just a nice benefit to be there.
Thank you.
Okay. Clerk Nishii.
Yeah, so really quick question regarding the superintendents that were selected by the firms where the board actually adopted that particular recommendation. How did those, was there any examples of district that improved with the selection of these particular superintendents? Academically, in terms of math and science scores, math and English scores?
I know Ms. Cox did all of the interviews and referrals and recommendations. I don't know if they track that. I think you're asking, did their academic achievement improve since they hired that superintendent? I don't know if we have that data. It was all good recommendations of this company from everybody that she called, so.
Okay, because one of those things I'd like to see is a track record of the board accepted the recommendation, and as a result of accepting that recommendation, this superintendent or the whole district, whatever the results may be, performed better. That could be many different factors. I know it's not just one factor, but it'd be nice to know that there are at least 3 schools or 4 schools that demonstrably did a little bit better as after the new superintendent that was selected by the firm was voted.
There was.
I just want to clarify on the process to make sure the entire board understand. The firm does not select the superintendent.
That's correct. So
the process, they will be here to present the more process. The board selects the superintendent. So the firm can go through a process of recruiting and forward to the board based on the criteria from the board. They do what we normally call the panel, so the first interview, and for the board, maybe 4 or 5 finalists. So from that, the board select. The firm does not select a new superintendent.
Correct. I never wanted to imply that. The idea is that the firm usually recommends a particular individual, maybe 4 individuals that are specific, and then the board decides to either accept that recommendation or not. It's not the particular firm, but I wanted to see where there's a confluence of where they made a recommendation, the board accepts that recommendation, and the school succeeds in doing better academically, math, science, English, or maybe, and I'm sure there's examples of the reverse, and I know that not all the success is based upon the superintendent, but it's always hopeful that the superintendent is effective in reaching the goals, or maybe even specific criteria related to disadvantaged students, right? Because half of our district have academic challenges, so I wanted to see if they have any demonstrated success rather than people can talk a lot. When I get an interview, they just say, "Oh yeah, I'm the best thing since sliced bread," and then their actual results I don't know, and it's 4 years down the line, and we may not have the results. So we have the option because they have a track record. They've recommended several, and I'm sure that's a great firm. I just, if I could tell them, oh, it's Fullerton, it's Irvine, it's whatever district, or something that's similarly situated to us, where half of us have economic challenges and half of us are economically successful. Were they able to bridge that gap? Were they able to bring their skills to bear upon that? Were they able to bring their cultural understandings? So I just wanted to know if there's 4 schools or 4 superintendents that they recommended and they got a positive result. That's all.
So just to further what I said earlier, this firm did talk about doing community outreach. They were very positive about doing town halls, doing surveys, going in different languages if necessary, and they also talked about their positive track record of hiring superintendents or helping boards to hire that were there for 5 years or longer. Their percentage was extremely high. So
that they stayed about 5 years.
So they helped put superintendents in place, and the boards didn't get rid of them, and they must be happy with them, and they stayed for a long time. So those were the factors that we selected. Sophia Say, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I want to say something about how reliable they are. One of the cases we saw, they had one superintendent, I think, lost out. They used him for 9 years, I think, and then after that superintendent leave, and they hired him again. So that's how reliable that firm that we're choosing. And I also did check the background. Some of them, I talked to one of the board members from the San Gabriel area. They used them before, and I called personally, give them a call, how reliable those firms. And they gave me the good, definite positive on that firm. We're looking not just the money, we're trying to save the money, no. That was not our first intention. We're really looking for someone that really fit our ABC school district. like you said, academic. And, LaSalle is right next to us, and they used them before. And we also, we were debating, there was one recommended by the CSBA, so we kind of tossed between that. And how they present, that's another thing, and how they work together, because over two people work together. And when the group is not really working cohesive, so definitely, for me, I didn't choose that one. I needed to see their partnership together, work together. Like our interim superintendent just mentioned, we not choose a principal, superintendent. We all together choose superintendent. But our job is in the first line say how reliable that team is, how's the past history they are, provide a service to the local community. And I remember on the last meeting, I think board member Dr. Oga had mentioned about trying to get I don't know, it was you or someone else, was mentioned about like to have local people, and this is a local one. So we take into the consideration, that's how we choose them.
Okay, great. I'm encouraged that it's local and that you have good, and you named one school district, Los Alamitos. Anyway, maybe later on we could provide a report of the school districts, just to answer my specific questions, so that when people ask me, did you see results? And I say, yeah, this is a great firm. Not only did our co-board members vet and make sure that they were good, but also Ernie looked at it, and I followed my responsibility to make sure that we got a good firm that had good success. That's all.
Thank you, Clerk Nishii. And I also wanted to add that they've done over 600 searches. That's in the report here, and they've worked with Fountain Valley and Tustin as other local schools. Okay, seeing no other comments, I just want to check real quick. We have no public comment?
I think we already did that, yes.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. 4.12A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1602 interim classroom portables to William Scotsman as lowest responsible bidder?
Motion to approve, Eugenio.
Do we have a second?
Second by Sophia.
Any public comments?
I don't see any.
Any board discussion? Clerk Nishii.
So I should have asked this earlier, but these are going to be going to Cerritos High School. Are they the ones that are going to, because I know there were some that were demolished, and some of the students were complaining about not the best classroom experience. So that's what this is going to be doing, isn't it? How soon will these be installed?
So at this point, if the board were to approve this bid award, this is, we're looking at for this summer of 2023. This is not the ones at Cerritos High School. This is going to be for the middle schools that are the next group that we'll be doing. So this summer will be Ross, Tetzlaff, and Carmenita, and the summer after that will be Fetty and Haskell.
Okay, because I had a little discussion with some parents, and they were a little concerned that some of the conditions in some of the classrooms were not what we would expect for ABC.
We can follow up with the school on that.
Thank you.
All right, Vice President Sophia Say.
I know we're trying to save money, but we having some kind of refurbished classroom setting?
This is just for interim housing.
Oh, interim
So
housing.
during the
That's
construction.
fine. Okay, I got it. Thank you, I'm sorry.
Board Member Su Yu.
Yes, since this is interim classroom, while we're renovating, right? a
Yes, ma'am.
building,
That is correct.
I guess the most important thing is safety, and it has air conditioner or some kind of ventilation where the student is able to study environment. Okay, those are the two important
Yes.
things, I
It's
think.
comparable.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further comments, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. All right. I want to thank Tuan for putting so many agenda items on for my first time as president. I appreciate that. Thank you. And now we'll do board member reports. All right, we'll start with Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Mr. President. For the Christmas season, I'd like to wish good tidings, great joy, peace on earth, and goodwill to all of you. Have a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. May God bless you all and keep you well. Mr. President.
Thank you, Doctor. Vice President Sophia Say.
The past couple of weeks, I was so busy, but for district, what I did is on November 18th, my grandson Lucas and I, we went to visit Gar High School soccer game. We also did a sightseeing our beautiful football stadium. And Lucas running around and so excited, back and forth on the field. I was thinking, God, he's only 2.5 years old and visited the high school already. But I want to say special thanks to our community, your kindness support our BB measurement. And on December 3rd, I attended Lima's pop-up shop sale, which lots of local community and parents participated. And at the same time, I also visit our Lima's Nature Trail Center. Right now, I have 3 group people volunteer to help that area to maintain, trying to get rid of those weed and all the kind of thing. Right now, so far looks pretty, and I'm still looking for another team. Hopefully, public, if you see watching us tonight's meeting, please join with us to maintain Lima's. I have one that we can use that for even our board retreat on the area. Very nice. But we do have problem with the water though. Interim superintendent, there's no water in the area, so the staff have to use the hand water in the area. So if you can take into consideration, fix that leaking issue. I'll be really appreciate. And December 9th, I attended Magnet night. I want to thank you, the principal, the staff, the union staff, they were there and special thank yous to the parent and student. The funny thing is, when I was there, and the people really approached me was the student, even with our elementary school. They really know how to sell their school. When they say how wonderful Nima's and Alia and what program they have, I was like, they thought I was one of the parents there, telling me. I say, wow, and this is what the new things now, that let the student lead everything. And we sure did follow that. And I want to thank you to the staff for a wonderful, excellent job on that night. It was cold, and I want to thank you to our Director of Public Relations, Mr. Smith, and you were there and taking pictures, running around. Sincerely appreciate your hard work, contribute to the district. I want to thank you. And I want to thank you to everyone for tonight, and definitely we'll make some changes here, and we got a new president. I want to congratulations to you again. Also, congratulations to the clerk. Also, welcome to our sister and brother back, which is Dr. Rios and board member Nishii and board member our former president Suyo. Welcome back, join with us, and happy holidays and have a safe vacation. Thank you.
All right, board member Ms. Suyu.
Well, winter break is just around the corner, and I'd like to wish everyone a Merry, Merry Christmas. And Christmas is a season where there is hope, reuniting with loved ones, and stopping everything to just look around to see how we can share the love of God, and to forgive, and to share the love. So Merry Christmas, and hope you have a wonderful family time, and a happy and hopeful new year to everyone in ABC community.
Board member Dr. Ogarios.
Thank you. It's been a while, and so I'll start backwards. Most recently, as our superintendent Tuan mentioned, the Parent Leadership Conference was amazing. It was really wonderful to see so many people gathering together. Our keynote speakers are always top-notch, but I really enjoyed the story of Obi Vasquez, who really instilled upon us this idea of believing that all our students have potential, and the story of adversity and overcoming challenges and now being so successful was so inspiring. It was also nice to get to, I'm not going to do the challenge of 30 schools in 30 days. Thank goodness the parent leadership allowed me to visit every table who was made up of our school administrators or principals made time to come out, as well as our parent leaderships. And so it was really wonderful to participate in that. Before that, I attended the CSBA conference, where same thing. It was really important for us as board members to come together with other board members from across the state and hear about what's happening in education. I got to hear some positive information about the financial outlook for us. I'm also a member of the California Latino School Boards Association, and I was proud to help host a luncheon of almost 400 participants where we discussed the future of ethnic studies. And the other significant event that I wanted to mention was that few weeks before that, I was really honored to have been witness, I guess, to the commitment ceremony for some of our athletes at Gar High School. Four of the baseball players and one softball player was there to celebrate with their families and do commitment ceremonies where they, shared with us about what schools they'll be going to and their future in athletics. And that was so meaningful. And I believe that there will be many more to come. I encourage my fellow board members to participate in those. It's really, really awesome events. And finally, just want to wish all of our entire district community a fantastic holiday season. And here is to a very prosperous new year to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. And last but definitely not least, Clerk Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, attended CSBA, need to make a report as delegate as to what we advocated for. You pay me to do something here, so better tell you what I did. So we asked for a special ed base increase, so we have more money for that. They already gave us $8.9 billion more than the base grant, so that was nice for them to give to us. But we also asked for home to school transportation, which they gave us. They gave us $1.3 billion for facilities. They're thinking of 2.3 more on top of that. But we need it also for the TK facilities, because now that we have TK, we better need the facilities for that. So we need that. We're going to be advocating for early literacy framework, so that way kids are reading. And by the way, if anybody in the public has some ideas that they'd like to advocate for on a California-wide basis, call me up, let me know. I don't know everything. And I'll try to do what I think is best for our community. They're going to go by enrollment rather than ADA, which may or may not be good for us, but the idea is we're encouraging kids to come to school sick, and during COVID, that's not the best thing, probably. Cybersecurity, we want money for that. They're going to probably try to advocate for that. COLA, obviously, we want cost of living increase to cover the costs, which may be a challenge later on. We want the CalPERS and CalSTRS covered. We need mental health supports. Pandemic's still with us. We still need that. So I'm hoping that the legislature doesn't forget us on that. Need to say thank you or congratulations to the Cerritos football team for their wins. GAR band 5A championships, Cerritos 4A championships, mock trial 3rd place amongst 88 teams. Ms. Song and Pam Lee did great. Tuna Canyon Detention Station, they had their scholarship winners, and we announced them to everyone, and they did a great job. It was an amazing experience to talk to kids who are going to make a change for our future. Oh, one more thing I forgot to say. They changed the law so that if you get a donation of $250 within 12 months from anyone, you can't vote on that particular contract. And also for things like recall elections, the cost of that recall election has to be on that particular petition, and they've changed the thresholds for that. So anyway, thank you very much. I'm hoping everyone has a wonderful Christmas. Oh, one more thing too. And this is kind of like one thing related to the people that came, the Black Family Circle that came. I'm glad to see that group because it's not all the same people that you usually see. Yeah. Sometimes it's the same, and this is a great group. I can see the energy, and I'm hoping to see some results, good results. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Clerk Nishii. Round 2, Sophia Say.
Just real quick, I forgot to mention about Magna night. I want to make a big announcement because this is between me and board member Clerk Nishi that we wanted Mandarin Dual Immersion. It's going to be as Tower and starting at pre-K and K. Yes. Maybe 20 knows more. So thank you. That's the things I want to mention about it.
We will have a report to the board.
Okay, Dr. Olga Rios.
Same thing. We got so caught up in getting back into the business of being board members that I forgot to officially thank the entire ABC community, and more specifically the Lakewood Area 6 and all my supporters for the opportunity to serve as board member for another term. I'm very honored, very thankful, and know that I will continue to do the good work in our district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. All right, now for some announcements. The next regular board meeting is Tuesday, January 17, 2023, 7 p.m. here in the district boardroom. Committee meetings, Diversity, Unity, Equity Board Advisory Committee will meet Thursday, December 15th at 6 p.m. in the district boardroom. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee will meet Wednesday, January 25th, 2023, 6:30 p.m. here in the district conference room. Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee will meet Thursday, January 26, 2023 at 6 p.m. here at the district boardroom. And the Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee will meet Tuesday, January 31st, 2023, 6 p.m. at the district conference boardroom. Winter break is December 23rd, 2022 through January 6, 2023. And now we'll go to our second public comment section. Clerk Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Mr. Sylvester Ani.
Not good afternoon. I'm tripping. Long day. Good evening, board. Congrats, Brad, on being the president. Looking forward to what the agenda and the plan is for this year to finish out strong. And yeah, just for public comment, something I spoke with you about and I shared with a couple of the other council members, something I hope that we can look into this year is a pay increase in equity for the substitutes. I am a substitute in the district, and one thing that I notice a lot on the app is that there's a lot of open vacancies, and if those spots aren't being filled, then that's going to affect what the students are experience and learning in class if we don't have credentialed educators in the classroom with them. And, pay is higher in other districts, and I know personally subs who are going to other districts to do it. I personally have an affinity and love for ABC, so I'm here with ABC. But, I hope that's something that the board can look into. And with all the extra money I'm hearing we have, I hope we can do something about that food too, making that, improving that and getting some more organic things in there. So that's all, and happy holidays, Merry Christmas, and whatever you're celebrating to you, and I see you all next year.
Clerk Nishi, any more comments?
That is all, Mr. President.
Mr. Smith, seeing none. All right, in conclusion, I just want to close with, I meant what I said earlier about my hope and my goal is that this entire board can move forward together for the sake of our kids. And I want to say happy holidays and happy new year to all of our students, parents, teachers, staff, board members, and the entire community. Good night.
Motion to adjourn.
All right,
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Lily Kuo was a beloved community activist. She was the life, according to the Rotary Club of Artesia, that life of the club. And she was just a servant, a friend, a passionate activist. We will miss her dearly. God bless her and her family.
Thank you, Sue. Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, second.
You and your second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Meeting adjourned. 10 o'clock.